Hallihallo! Da sind wir wieder bei Tales of Arise. Wir sind im Endgame stehen geblieben. Und ich glaube sogar vom Endboss, weil es gibt jetzt einen Point of No Return anscheinend. Ich bin ja mal gespannt.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Ich bin echt mal gespannt, weil jetzt gibt es anscheinend einen Point of No Return.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Ach ne, warte mal, wollte ich nicht zuerst? Ach egal, komm.
I'm determined to save Shion and Dahna. Nothing I learn can change that.
Es scheint jetzt irgendwie Finale zu sein. Also so ein Point of No Return ist meistens immer Finale. Kann ich den trotzdem noch umdrehen, sag mal? Ich kann trotzdem noch umdrehen. Wenn ich jetzt hier rein teleportiere. Okay, hier soll ich hin. Was ist denn da und was ist da?
Hold up, you guys.
Ach, Spiel.
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
Ich will zuerst
We should
dahin.
go through that room some more before we move on.
Spiel! Lass mich doch!
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Und die verbotene Zone.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, sovereigns and forbidden zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Gibt's hier irgendwas zu holen? Rein zufällig? Ein Operationstisch. Viele Testpersonen sind nach ihren Operationen zweifellos nie wieder aufgewacht. Eine Nachricht? Dieser Bereich wird jetzt geschlossen, da das Projekt in der Endphase geht. Okay. Zeitländiges Strukturen. Man sieht dort Rohre für den Transport von Astralenergie herausragen. Zeigt die Ausstattung dieses Raumes. Er wurde schon lange nicht mehr benutzt. Interessant. Okay.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the master course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Mit Leben spielen.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Ach ja. Okay, was haben wir denn hier? Wähle ein Thema, zu dem du mehr erfahren willst. Lords. Bei jedem Kampf um die Krone werden 5 der fähigsten renäischen Bürger als Lords auserwählt und treten an, der nächste Herrscher zu werden. Während ihrer Herrschaft wird ihnen Stufe 3 Autorität sowie 1 von 5 Elementarrechten mitsamt des entsprechenden Meisterkerns verliehen. Sie erhalten außerdem ein Wappen, das ihr jeweiliges Element ausweist. Die Auswahl berücksichtigt nur die Astralkünste sowie körperliche und geistige Eigenschaften. Andere Faktoren wie Alter haben keinen Einfluss. Da nur die stärksten Renäer-Lords werden, verleiht der Titel einem Lord keine zusätzliche Kraft. Es ist jedoch zu beachten, dass Lords nicht die einzigen sind, die einem Meisterkern eine Macht entlocken konnten. Alle Renäer müssen am Auswahlvorgang teilnehmen und die Annahme des Titels ist Pflicht. Geeignete Kandidaten dürfen darauf nicht verzichten. Falls ein amtierender Lord nicht mehr in seiner Rolle dienen kann, muss schnell ein Ersatz gefunden werden. Bericht zum individuellen Testobjekt. Moment, was ist das für ein Wort? Testobjektgleichungsindex. Testobjektangleichungsindex, meine Güte. Dies ist ein Bericht zum zweiten erfolgreichen Experiment an einem Herrscher-Testobjekt. Testobjekt Nummer 10105, Name Wallrun, Generation KA. Keine Ahnung. Individueller Angleichungsindex. Ethnie KA. Das Zielobjekt weist ein hohes latentes Potenzial auf, zeigt jedoch Merkmale mentaler Instabilität sowie eine starke Abneigung, Befehle zu befolgen. Die Risiken, die es darstellt, übertreffen sogar die des letzten erfolgreichen Zielobjekts, das selbst scheiterte. Seine Beseitigung wird erwogen. Zusatz: Dies ist der erste erfolgreiche Fall in 300 Jahren. Die zuvor genannten Risiken wurden dank Kontrollprotokollen inzwischen minimiert. Zielobjekt wird unter der Annahme beobachtet, dass Plan 2 umgesetzt wird und in Dahna unter der Tarnung eines Lords eingesetzt. Interessant. Was haben wir hier? Der Herrscher. Der Herrscher fungiert als Lenniges zentrale Steuerungseinheit für die Geisterbeschwörung. Jeder hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein dänäisches Zielobjekt dient als Basis seiner Erschaffung. Ideale Kandidaten haben eine gleiche Affinität zu jedem Astralelement. Diese Eigenschaften sind unter den Bedingungen der echten Welt statisch, jedoch selten vorzufinden. Infolgedessen sterben die meisten Zielobjekte während der Angleichungsphase und selbst bei den Überlebenden ist keine Stabilität garantiert. Diese Instabilität kann in Verbindung mit der Macht zur Astralmanipulation des Herrschers ein großes Sicherheitsrisiko für Lenniges darstellen. Wenn der Herrscher in der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie eingesetzt wird, ist ein Unterstützungsmechanismus zur Stabilisierung erforderlich. Zusatz 1. Es wurden keine effektiven alternativen Methoden zur Zeremonie gefunden. Tests an dänischen Zielen dürfen fortgesetzt werden. Zusatz 2. Einheit 2 Angleichungen waren erfolgreich. Weitere Angleichungen werden während der Beobachtung ausgesetzt. Die Jungfer. Die Jungfer fungiert als Unterstützungsmechanismus für die Geisterbeschwörung. Jede Jungfer hat eine Stufe 2 Autorität und ein Wappen. Ein renäisches Zielobjekt stellt dem Herrscher das ergänzende dunkle Astral zusammen, mit dem Renes Alma zur Verfügung. Während der Zeremonie kümmert er sich teilweise um die Astralenergieumwandlung, sowie um die Stabilität der eigenen Macht des Herrschers. Es wurde ferner beobachtet, dass das Maß an Intimität zwischen ihm und dem Herrscher positive Auswirkungen auf die Stabilität der Zielobjekte hat. Aus diesem Grund sind Testaktivierungen des Herrschers in Abwesenheit der Jungfer ausdrücklich verboten. Außerdem sind weder der Herrscher noch die Jungfer über die Einzelheiten der Geisterbeschwörung in Kenntnis zu setzen. Zusatz 1. Die mentale Instabilität der Jungfer gilt als Ursache für die Untriebe des letzten Herrschers. Gegenmaßnahmen sind zu erwägen. Zusatz 2. Gemäß den Plananpassungen wird die Jungfer-Registrierung des jetzigen Zielobjekts widerrufen und sie kehrt in ihre Familie zurück. Das ist alles sehr, sehr seltsam und interessant zugleich. Was haben wir hier? Meisterkerne. Meisterkerne sind Machtinstrumente und enthalten Astralenergie, die zu einem der 6 Elemente gehört. 5 dieser Meisterkerne für Erde, Wasser, Feuer, Wind und Licht sind beim Kampf um die Krone jederzeit an renäischen Lords entliehen. Nur der dunkle Meisterkern verbleibt unter strengster Geheimhaltung in der verbotenen Zone, bis das Renas einmal bereit zur Reformation ist. Unter dem runden äußeren Ring des Meisterkerns befindet sich ein Kraftfeldkristall zur Verwahrung der Astralenergie und Stabilität. Die Astralenergie wird im Inneren des Kraftfelds in einem inaktiven Zustand verwahrt. Während ihrer Herrschaft treten alle Lords im Kampf um die Krone an, um ihre jeweiligen Art von Astralenergie anzusammeln. In Notlagen darf jeder Lord wie erforderlich Astralenergie von seinem jeweiligen Vorrat entziehen. Die zulässige Menge hängt jedoch von seiner individuellen Stärke ab. Zusatz 1. Es wurden Designfehler bei der Art und Weise entdeckt, wie sich das Renas einmal materialisiert. Hinweis. Aktive Meisterkerne können mit anderen Meisterkernen in der Nähe Resonanzen bilden und dadurch instabil werden. Zusatz 2. Nach der erfolgreichen Regeneration des Renas Alma werden die Meisterkerne nicht mehr genutzt und der Kampf um die Krone wird beendet. Geistkerne. Geistkerne sind Endstellen für die Ansammlung von Astralenergie. Wenn sie in ein biologisches Zielobjekt eingelassen sind, errichten sie Verbindungen durch seinen ganzen Körper. Durch diese Verbindungen wird Astralenergie aus körperlicher Aktivität gesammelt und schließlich von Wirtkörper selbst ausgestoßen. Weil sich die ausgestoßene Energie rasch verflüchtigt, muss der Wirt in Reichweite eines Geistgefäßes sein, das die Energie sammelt. Das bedeutet, dass Dahna zur Ernte der Astralenergie im Rahmen des Kampfes um die Krone einzusetzen sind. Aufgrund der schwierigen Herstellung ist es ratsam, dass die Geistkerne nach dem Tod des Wirts aus seinem Körper zurückgewonnen werden. Geistkerne können auch in Sugel eingelassen werden, um sie durch Astralenergie zu steuern. Zusatz: Erhöhte körperliche Belastung eines Wirtskörpers erzeugt tendenziell mehr ausgestoßene Astralenergie. Die endgültige Bestätigung der idealen Belastung von Wirtskörpern zur idealen Astralenergieausbeute ohne den Tod zu führen steht noch aus. Hä? Waren diese Sträuche vorher auch schon da? Oder habe ich die einfach nur nicht gesehen? Weil ich rechts lang gelaufen bin. Wahrscheinlich. Betäubungsmaske. Ein Apparat, der das Gesicht des Trägers bedeckt und seine mentale Aktivität einschränkt. Er wurde zur Ruhigstellung von Gefangenen entwickelt. Sie kommt auch im medizinischen Bereich zum Einsatz, insbesondere um zu verhindern, dass Patienten ein psychisches Trauma erleiden. Dieser Einsatz ist aber nicht ratsam, da durch eine langfristige Verhinderung das Risiko schädlicher Nebenwirkungen ansteigt. Zusatz: Durch den Verlust der Produktionsstätten bei der Zerstörung von Lennigis werden keine weiteren Geräte mehr hergestellt. War das die Maske, die Alphen getragen hat? Die Betäubungsmaske? Gehirnwäschebericht. Nachdem Meldungen über eine stabile neue Herrschaftsform in Dahnas Wasserreich aufkamen, wurde ein Untersuchungsbericht beauftragt. Das System ist insofern einzigartig, als es nur den Lord zur höchsten Autorität erhebt, während Rena wie Dahna versklavt werden. Testobjekt Nummer 10105 diente als derzeitiger Lord des Reichs und hat diesen Titel ohne Einsatz besonderer Macht, Drogen oder Geräte erlangt. Vielmehr gelang es ihm durch reine Führung. Angesichts der wirksamen Bevölkerungskontrolle der Methode wird die Situation weiter beobachtet. Zusatz 1. Der Schlüssel seiner Herrschaft scheint im Auslöschen kognitiver Fähigkeiten durch gewaltsame psychische Unterdrückung zu liegen. Sobald ein Zielobjekt seine Autonomie verliert, wird es für Angst desensibilisiert und ignoriert. Infolge selbst eine persönliche Sicherheit. Während ein solcher Zustand für Befehlshaber ungeeignet ist, ist er ein effizientes Mittel zur Kultivierung austauschbarer Infanterie und Sklaven. Zusatz 2. Soldaten in Lenegis, die dieser Behandlung unterzogen wurden, werden testweise zur Sichtung geschützter Bereiche eingesetzt. Okay, was haben wir hier? Lenegis und abtrennbare Erntemaschine. Ein groß angelegter Astral-Energieumwandler, der hauptsächlich die Elementarzusammensetzung von Dahnas Astralenergie umwandelt und an Rena sendet. Die Aktivierung und Steuerung der Astralenergieumwandlung geschieht durch den Herrscher, die Junger und das Rens Alma im Zentralkern. Die Junger? Vermutlich die Jungfer. Da fehlt das F wahrscheinlich. Gehe ich mal von aus. Lenegis besteht aus geheimen und essentiellen Personalwohnvierteln und einen großen Leiter herum, geschützt durch eine Verteidigungszone. Dieser äußere Ring wird bei Aktivierung entfaltet und legt den zentralen Leiter frei, während er gleichzeitig zur Stabilisierung dient. Aufgrund seines Aufbaus ist bei der Entfaltung des äußeren Rings eine Beschädigung der Wohnviertel zu erwarten. Da es jedoch nur während der letzten Stufe der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie dazu kommt, ist kein Notfallplan für diese Schäden erforderlich. Bis zu dieser Phase dient Lenegis als zentrale Einsatzbasis für die Verwaltung und Durchführung des Kampfes und die Krone auf Dahna. Warnung: Personal mit Stufe 3 Autorität oder niedriger ist der Zutritt zur verbotenen Zone strikt untersagt. Eindringlinge werden exekutiert. Abtrennbare Erntemaschine. Ein riesiges Geistgefäß, das für die Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie in Dahna platziert wurde. Es dient als Spitze von Lenegis Energieleiter. Wenn er in danaischen Gewässern landet, fährt er 2 Reihen an Leitungsarmen aus. Die vertikalen Arme sind mit dem Zentrum Dahnas verbunden. Die horizontalen Arme umhüllen gleichzeitig die gesamte Oberfläche Dahnas. Nach der Aktivierung verbindet er sich mit den biologischen Geistgefäßen in jedem Reich und erntet so die gesamte Astralenergie des Planeten. Die gesammelte Energie wird dann über Lenegis an Rena übertragen. Da der Bau und die Anpassung im Regulierungsbereich der verbotenen Zone stattfinden, wird Lenegis äußerer Ring vor dem Start entfaltet. Aufgrund seiner halbautonomen Funktionsweise ist nur bei Bedarf der Einsatz von Wartungspersonal erforderlich. Abgesehen davon ist kein Personaleinsatz nötig, um die Funktion zu gewährleisten. Zusatz 1. Der abtrennbare Ernter 1 explodierte durch das Wüten des Herrschers auf Dahna und wurde zerstört. Zusatz 2. Der Landepunkt des abtrennbaren Ernters 2 entspricht dem Landepunkt des Vorgängermodells. Das liegt an der Explosion des Vorgängermodells, die planetare Topographie veränderte, was die Verbindung mit dem Zentrum Dahnas erleichtert. Das ist alles sehr, sehr interessant zu wissen. Das ist jetzt... Gehe noch tiefer vor in die verbotene Zone. Das ist alles interessant zu wissen. Das hatten wir schon. Okay, gehen wir mal weiter. Jetzt können wir ja weiter. Okay, was haben wir hier? Eine freie Schatzkiste? Einfach so? Moment. Wir sind doch hier... Klar, wir sind hier da, wo die Vergangenheit war quasi. Ja, wieso fällt mir das denn jetzt erst auf? Da, wo Alphen diesen Rückblick hatte, beziehungsweise sich erinnert hat. Da sind wir gerade. True. Ein Raum, der über 3 Jahrhunderte hinweg unverändert geblieben ist. So als ob hier die Zeit selbst stehen geblieben wäre. Okay, hier haben wir eine Kiste. Traubengelee, sehr nice. Kann ich immer gebrauchen. Ausrüstung zur Überwachung der Testperson. Wahrscheinlich gab es auch einen Mechanismus zur Fehlerbeseitigung. Eine Nachricht? Dieser Bereich wird jetzt geschlossen, da das Projekt in die Endphase geht. Okay, das hatten wir ja schon irgendwie. Steht hier überall das Gleiche? Nee. Okay. Dann schätze ich mal, können wir weiter. Oh, eine Erinnerung? Eine Vision? Das muss die Maske sein, von der eben gesprochen wurde.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dahna. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill.
Moin, Meister.
I'm sorry for what you've endured.
Hallöchen, Leon! Hallo, ich grüße dich. Na, alles gut bei dir? Schule aus?
Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to
Eine
sleep.
Beruhigungsmaske, okay.
This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
Jawohl. Sehr schön.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode.
Bin aber heute tatsächlich mal im Lurky. Ray spielt Pokémon. Okay, alles klar.
The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lennigus will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lennigus.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lennigus crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Weiter geht's. Okay. Das ist doch 100% eine Boss-Area hier. Das ist doch 100% eine Boss-Area. Kraftschmankerl? Hier ist nichts. Okay.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling
Ich
ceremony.
hätte irgendwie vorher speichern sollen.
This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Da kommt gleich ein Boss. Ich hab's in den Fingerspitzen.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dahna's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it.
So, sie ist der
But
Boss.
without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dahna. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well.
Shion.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
Sind die Bossgegner?
What?
Muss ich gegen die
These are the
Doubles
clothes that
kämpfen?
Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this
Ach nee, das
is
sind,
the
das sind
maiden's
die.
outfit?
Okay.
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It
Hab ich
makes
denn dafür ein
sense.
Schwert?
After all, master cores and spirit vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, The spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we?
Mich würde interessieren, was ich jetzt dafür ein Schwert habe. Das ist nicht das, was ich geschmiedet habe.
Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Okay, I believe you.
Keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Die letzte Jungfer. Aha. Ah ja. Auf was sparten sie gerade? Hat sie irgendwo eine Flagge stehen? Hier. Ein vorgestelltes Heilungsart, das die KP aller Verbündeten wiederherstellt. Kostet 80 HP. Und AL3. Ich habe noch kein Mystic-Wappen gefunden. Wann, wo, in welcher Kiste finde ich ein Mystic-Wappen? Damit ich das selber schmieden kann. HP-Wiederherstellung, wenn satt. Okay. Komm, machen wir das einfach mal. Dann spart es aber trotzdem auf das. Ich habe bei der Musik gerade irgendwie Kevin allein in New York Vibes. Sodal Artalis. Aha. Ein Schwert für den auserwählten Herrscher. Es entlockt ihm seine verborgenen Kräfte, um die Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie durchzuführen. Gam Artalis. Zeremonielle Kleidung, die dem erwählten Herrscher verliehen wird und ihm erlaubt, die enormen Kräfte der Geisterbeschwörungszeremonie zu ertragen. Fiakis. Zeremonielle Tracht für die erwählte Jungfer. Sie kann Astralenergie hindern und wird getragen, um die Macht des Herrschers zu bändigen. Was? Ist das besser als das als Renaischer? Warum habe ich überhaupt Waffen geschmiedet? Warum habe ich überhaupt eine Waffe geschmiedet, sag mal, und Geld ausgegeben? wenn die Waffe sowieso besser ist. Was soll das? Warum? Spiel, warum? Und warum habe ich hier das gekauft? Boah, und der Diamanteinteiler, den ich gekauft habe, der ist um so viel schlechter. Ja, Spiel. Lass mich ruhig Geld ausgeben. Nee, ist klar, dankeschön. Das ist doch alles nicht wahr, ey. Naja, die Frau ohne Mauern.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Dahnans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dahna.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Dahnans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Warte mal. Gam Artalis. Ist das nicht auch meine Rüstung? Gam Artalis. Ja, ich nehme die Bauernkleidung. Soll ich die weiterhin nehmen? Nee, komm, ich belasse sie mal dabei. Fischerschuhhut. Bauernschuhhut. Ja gut, da ändert sich jetzt nicht so viel. Nices Artwork übrigens. Das Artwork ist nice. Das mag ich. Der Sockel, auf dem das Renes Alma vor 300 Jahren stand. Jetzt verströmt er keine Spur von Macht. Gibt es hier Items zu looten? Und ich habe extra einen Verteidigungstrank gemacht, weißt du? Also so ein Verteidigungsessen. Weil ich dachte, hier ist jetzt Ende. Hier kommt ein Endboss und dann... Ach, Spiel, ey. Gehe noch tiefer in die verbotene Zone hinein. Also kommt da doch mal was. Ich dachte, ich wäre jetzt hier fertig und müsste gehen. Das ist interessant. Ich muss mal, ja. Muss ich jetzt jedes Mal springen, wenn ich darüber will? Okay, hier ist aber nichts.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Ah ja, da ist auch schon der Heilkreis. Und der Boss, der mich dann hier erwartet. Interessant. Ein seltsames Anwesen.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Habe ich alles soweit? Moment. Stopp. Hier. Pfirsichgelee 15, Zitronengelee 10, Orangengelee 15, Traubengelee 11, Ananasgelee 7, goldenes Gelee 2, Kraft Schmankerl 5, Schmankerl 3, 5, 15. Da hätte ich gerne 2. Da hat meine Truppe wohl irgendwie 1 benutzt. Das ist sehr behindert. Okay, speichern und beenden.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Rena's Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though.
Was flüstert er?
Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dahna's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Rena's Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alvin, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Guck mal, diese Augen, ey. Ist das ein Power Ranger?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Rote Frau, rote Frau, rote Frau. Ah, 3-mal rote Frau.
Feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand. Try harder! Lighter!
Heaven and earth. By the power of God, wailing banshee of lightning.
Going in.
Annihilate. By the power of flame. Vanish water trowel. Gale force. Hurricane strike. Lightning strike. Lightning condemned. Thunder.
You're mine!
Inferno.
You're mine! Covering wind!
Lightning strike. Raging storm. Here.
Okay.
Sword Rain Alpha! Mirage! I'll burn it all!
Nice. Zweite Mystic Art. Geil. Nein, die sind jetzt schon in dieser Phase? In dieser blauen Umhüllungsphase da? Aber gut, dass sie sich alle eine Dingsleiste teilen. Eine HP-Leiste teilen. Kisara ist gleich tot. Kion, kannst du Kisara heilen? Ich bin schon wieder in dieser Phase. Nach dem Kampf kommt hundertprozentig noch eine Phase oder so. Noch 3 Phasen. Das kann nicht alles hier sein. Muss ich wahrscheinlich noch gegen ihn da hinten kämpfen, der sich zu so einem Monster verwandelt oder irgendwas. Ich glaube, ich verwende mal kurz ein Orangengelee. Kannst du aufhören mit Resurrection? Das macht 80 HP weg. Mach Healing Circle. Reicht vollkommen. Ich lauf da auch noch rein, weißt du? Was kommt jetzt? Was kommt jetzt? Ich muss doch gegen den Typen noch kämpfen. Welche Phase kommt jetzt?
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Nee, wohl kaum.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Der reißt sich doch jetzt raus.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dahna, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dahna. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Dahnan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a...
A slave from Dahna. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dahna are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Red Woman.
Another one? Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
Wird euch wieder meine Heilerin weggenommen, oder was? Was macht sie? Oh mein Gott. Und?
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Tot.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Wohl
Those
kaum.
red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renus Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dahna. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Dahnans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Die roten Frauen.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Dahnan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalie? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Kann ich hier noch mal rein? Nein. Kehre zur Fall Nights. Fall Nights. Ach! C, ich kann keinen Dings machen. Na, sowas aber auch. Darf ich jetzt den ganzen Fußmarsch hier wieder... Anscheinend. Ja, ich darf das Ganze hier wieder runterlaufen. Und ich habe hier wirklich nichts vergessen? So ein schönes Omega-Elixier wäre jetzt schon lecker. Nichts. Okay, dann nicht. Dann halt nicht. Kann ich jetzt teleportieren? Nein, ich darf immer noch nicht. Mann, ey. Aber wie das Spiel einen trollt. So, zuerst so ein Ding wie so ein Point of No Return ankündigen und dann geht's trotzdem noch weiter. Ist ja. Ach ja. Was? Hier kommt bestimmt noch ein Boss. Hier kommt doch 100 Pro noch eine Boss-Area hin. Also, hier, dass hier ein Bosskampf stattfindet. Weil warum sollte sonst hier das sein? Ich lasse das mal unangetatscht. Ich speichere aber trotzdem. Ich lasse das mal unangetatscht. Jetzt Bosskampf und ich bin tot. Hallo.
I won't forgive you.
Now you'll learn.
Take this. Inferno. Watch for their range attack. Bring them down. Lock this over. Hurricane strike. Now here. Fire support.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
I'm all stopped up. Winds of heaven.
Coming through.
Ach, nur das erste. Schade.
Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here I go. You're mine. Hurricane spear. Pierce evil. Holy goodness. Holy reflex. Chain between heaven and earth. Hurricane
Wie kann Alfie sich nicht entscheiden, auf wen er jetzt gerade kämpft? Auf wen er jetzt gerade geht, meine ich.
Astral energy. Full throttle.
An astral crystal.
That's my cue.
Ein. Aus.
Shut him down.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Make it right. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclops. I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little.
Ich dodge dich mal, ja?
That's far enough. Mega ray.
In a bind?
Going in. You're finished. Annihilation. These rings around us. Take waterfall.
Rain Alpha.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Arc field.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. And bubble it to me. More with the stockpile.
This one's mine.
I'm not done.
Explosion. Here goes.
Raining slash. Blow away.
Flame of fury.
Lightning meteor. You're finished.
More where that came from.
Take this. Struck. Raining
Lunar corruption. By the power of water. Dance in the wind. Going in.
Take this.
Rolling strong. Radiant pierce. Winds, I know where you are. Going in.
Wind. Devastation.
Air thrust.
Ich könnte eigentlich mal gucken,
I'm practically unstoppable.
ob gerade mal irgendwo... Nein, 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 nein. Nirgendwo Sidequest aufgetaucht. Okay. Oha. 666. Nice. Hat die gerade nichts, was sie lernen soll? Hier, das mal. Oder? Bei Gegenangriff? Oder weiß ich nicht.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Was ist das eigentlich, dass Alphen nach jeder Cutscene so aus dem Boden hervorkommt? Renäischer Herrscher. Indem er sich der Situation angenommen und den Menschen auf Lenegis ihre Angst genommen hat, hat Doalim sich von seiner Vergangenheit befreit. Okay, mach mal erstmal das hier. Oder das. Oder doch das? Ah! Ich weiß es nicht.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
Sein eigener Herr.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Ein neuer Anfang.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Nestflüchter.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Ich kann immer noch keine Schnellreise machen wieder? Okay.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Das könnten wir tun. Okay, ich kann immer noch nicht dieses seltene Buch schmieden. Das ist, wann kann ich denn das Buch schmieden? Ich muss alles auf 15 haben. Ich hätte ganz gerne ein bisschen Geld. Okay. Ich kann keine Schnellreise machen. Na gut. Dann halt den ganzen Weg laufen. Ich verstehe nicht, warum ich keine Schnellreise machen kann. Irgendwie erinnert mich dieser Ort hier an Tales of Graces. Ich glaube, das habe ich schon mal gesagt beim letzten Mal, ne? Dass mich dieser Ort hier so ein bisschen an Tales of Graces erinnert. An diese Raumstation. Und wo auch diese... Sag mal, diese... Leute sind, die gleiche Klamotten tragen und so weiter, ne? Was? Ich habe gerade nur etwas über Wohlran gelesen. Kann ich euch helfen? Kein großer Anhänger von ihm, hä? Ich war immer ein überzeugter Unterstützer von Lord Urvagil Hilderis. Wäre er nicht so plötzlich auf der Oberfläche gestorben, wohl doch immer. In meinen Augen ist Lord Urvagil der wahre Wasserlord. Ich glaube keine Sekunde daran, dass er bei einem Unfall starb, wie es hieß. Und was Wohlrans Herrschaft über Gennis Harrows angeht, ich mag gar nicht daran denken. Er versklavt nicht nur Dahna, sondern auch Rena. Achso, das hab ich das schon gelesen, oder? Ja, das habe ich schon alles gelesen. Raumschiff Fall nice.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
What? What? Was für eine Dimension sind wir jetzt? Spiel aus, Ende. Alle tot.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Hose?
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dahna's energy.
and it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dahna die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Okay. Zu was werden wir hingezogen?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Außer Reichweite.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Ich mach mal ganz fix eine Toilettenpause. Bin gleich wieder da. Da bin ich wieder. Die Stimmung aufhellen.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Interessant. Jetzt nicht in der Lage loszufliegen. Das heißt, ich kann erst recht keine schnelle Reise machen. Ach ja, ist doch alles. Ist doch.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dahna, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dahna. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Ruhe bewahren.
That beam of light joining Dahna and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Dahnan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dahna's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Hier ist einfach nichts. Untere, mittlere, obere. Ich gehe mal zuerst in die untere Ebene. Diese Etage ist nicht zugänglich. Mittlere? Nein, hier bin ich richtig. Knarf. Okay. Diese Etage ist nicht zugänglich. Nein! Ach. Warum kann ich dann ein Ziel auswählen, wenn nur die mittlere Ebene zugänglich ist? Das ist doch alles sehr merkwürdig. Ah, so komme ich so in die Sidequest. Interessant. Okay. gut, jetzt mal nach irgendwie fast 70 Stunden die Shortcuts zu wissen.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
Entschuldigung.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dahna's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dahna's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Finde die anderen. Was sind denn die anderen? Es scheint den Zustand von Herrick 35 zu kontrollieren. Viele Vitalparameter werden angezeigt.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dahna, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dahna completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dahna.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Vielleicht können wir jetzt in die untere Ebene. Da muss ich hin. Können wir in die obere Ebene? Stunden, ey. Hier ist nichts. Außer eine Aussicht. Hier gibt es einen Schnellreise-Teleport. Kann ich jetzt noch nicht irgendwie machen. Hätten sie nicht wenigstens irgendwie eine Truhe hinmachen können? Mist, Astral, Energie, Fluktuation in Dahna und Rena. Was auch immer Fluktuationen sind. Hier ist echt nichts, ne? Hätten sie wenigstens irgendwas hinmachen können. Wie eine Truhe oder so, oder irgendwas. Wenn man schon mal den Aufwand macht, um hier hinzugehen.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dahna and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Es gibt's doch nicht, dass hier nichts ist. Nirgendwo. Bäh. Er scheint dauerhaft überwacht zu werden, um sicherzustellen, dass sich der Versohl nicht nähert.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dahna's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dahna's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dahna, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dahna. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astro arts on Dahna now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Was sagt uns die letzte?
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time
Regelmäßig, da
has
fehlt ein
gotten
L.
rather out of whack over the years.
Regelmäßig.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth...
Kiri! Hallöchen, Kiri! Na, wie geht's dir? Alles gut?
They'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said...
Geht so weit? Klingt ja nicht so gut. Was ist denn los?
I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's Great Spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened.
bist seit dem Wochenende krank, aber auf dem Weg der Besserung. Oh. Dann wünsche ich dir auf jeden Fall weiterhin gute Besserung. Ich hoffe, es ist nichts Schlimmes gewesen oder so. Oder es ist nichts Schlimmes im Moment.
Everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
Ein leichter Effekt der Atemwege. Okay. Also hast du sozusagen schwer Luft bekommen, oder wie?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
Mit starkem
I
Husten.
figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along
Klingt
with
ja
you.
echt nicht gut.
I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find
Klingt ja echt nicht so gut. Aber wenigstens bist du jetzt auf dem Weg der Besserung, wie du schreibst. Ist ja immerhin schon mal was. Dann wünsche ich dir auf jeden Fall weiterhin gute Besserung.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Sicheren Tritt finden. Okay.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Schöne Outfits. Danke. Die sind echt nicht schlecht. Aber warum sage ich Danke? Warum sage ich Danke? Ja, ich finde die auch nicht schlecht. Hier, Moment. Shion hat auch ein neues. Ihr habt mich wieder zusammengebrochen vorgefunden und mir aufgeholfen? Das weiß ich zu schätzen. Dank euch kann ich weiter forschen. Glückstrank 5-mal. Und ich kann direkt wieder schlafen. Damit ich meine HP voll habe.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Ich kann immer noch keine Schnellreise machen, ne? Ne. Ach, weil unser Schiff immer noch kaputt ist. Muss noch repariert werden.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Gucken, was die anderen Dinge dazu zu sagen haben.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Das sah gerade ein bisschen so aus, als hätte Law nur diese 3 Krallen als Hand.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain.
Junge! Willkommen zurück, Leon. Willkommen zurück.
But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dahna's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dahna's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say,
That flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorn's connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Also ich find's nicht schlimm, dass ihr beiden das jetzt das macht. Könnt ihr ja ruhig machen.
Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Ich erschrecke mich zwar jedes Mal, aber hey.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Rena's almost stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think?
Jetzt ist doch jetzt gut. Ich glaube nicht, dass Kiri das in irgendeiner Art und Weise böse meinte. Muss er jetzt nicht irgendwie in den Streit ausarten oder so.
We are. We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Wo war der nochmal? Der war mittlere Ebene, oder? Ich glaube, der war mittlere Ebene.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Rena's Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Und sonst so, Igor, wie geht's? Habe ich, glaube ich, heute noch nicht gefragt. Mir geht's prima. Mir geht's bestens. Ich muss wahrscheinlich später nochmal ein bisschen was einkaufen gehen. Fürs Wochenende oder so. Aber sonst alles gut. Wie geht's dir?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Du, okay. Freut mich, dass es dir auch gut geht.
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dahna's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Rena's Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegus.
It is likely that the Rena's Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man.
Die
Is it too
Wahrheit.
much to ask
Aha,
for
Trophäe.
Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
Was ist denn der Plan B?
Is the Rena's Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy.
Mach das, Leon.
If it has the capacity to manage that,
Grüß dich mal schön von
it
mir.
can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Havrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Hier drumherum gab es nichts zu holen, ne? Ich guck mal vorsichtshalber. Sieht aber nicht so aus. Nein. Schade eigentlich. Wer bist du? Es wird ein Weilchen dauern, euer Raumschiff vollständig zu reparieren. Ich würde vorschlagen, dass ihr euch bis dahin etwas ausruht. Okay. Was ist mit ihm?
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans and nothing more?
Soll ich dich zurückgrüßen? No,
That's the ideal
danke.
future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara.
Jetzt nennt sie ihn auch schon Doe.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dahna's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dahna's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dahna's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dahna's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dahna's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dahna's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dahna's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dahna's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Effort 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dahna's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Irgendwie gibt's in der Sechser-Truppe immer ein paar, dass ich so irgendwie shippen möchte. Also verkuppeln möchte.
You sure you don't want...
Shion mit Alphen, Rinwell mit Lore und Kisara mit Dohalim. Das sind irgendwie so Paare, die sich irgendwie jedes Mal immer näher kommen.
Can I get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dahna? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Rena's Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Rena's Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Rena's Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
The Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
Yikes!
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Siehst du, ich sag doch! Es gibt immer so Paare, die passen einfach zusammen.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Das ist ja mal ganz interessant gewesen alles. Ganz... Ja, fast so, als würden sich alle irgendwie lieben oder so. Und ich kann immer noch keine Schnellreise machen. Tja. Das ist doof. Oh, hier ist eine Sidequest aufgetaucht. Ah, ja. In Ulzebeck. Ich kann aber noch keine Zeitreise, wollte ich fast machen. Wollte ich fast sagen. Schnellreise machen. Ich gucke mal kurz in die obere Ebene rein. Vielleicht ist da ja jetzt irgendwas. Ne. Hier ist nichts. Ne. Ja, mal vorher. Ich bin auch einfach schon 71 Stunden drin im Spiel. Das unfassbar. 71 Stunden Tales of. Nicht schlecht.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Zerstörte Überreste. Rena.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began.
Ah ja.
Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dahna suffer the same fate. Ever.
Besondere Eulen scheinen in ganz Dahna aufgetaucht zu sein. Das sind die letzten 6, die uns fehlen. Das sind die letzten 6 Eulen, die uns fehlen. Entdecke alle Eulen. Kann ich jetzt... Ich kann wieder Schnellreise machen. Ich kann wieder Schnellreise machen. Rena, eine Welt des Todes.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
Die Herausforderungen des Lebens.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Rena's Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Rena's Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up.
Unterschiede überbrücken.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnans started pressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Okay, hier ist nichts. Die Frage ist, will ich schon weitermachen? Okay, hier ist ein Teleporter, den ich noch nicht betätigen kann. Hier ebenfalls. Irgendein Teleporter, den ich noch nicht benutzen kann. Ich gehe mal ganz kurz einmal linsen. Weil ich weiß nicht, ob ich jetzt weitermachen soll.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Genau deswegen. Was stand da? Pläne für den Ruhestand.
I wonder what Helganquil's civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Mit den Helganquil mithalten.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not... hugely? Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Alles klar. Die Herde ausdünnen.
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we
Ow,
go,
ow,
we'll
ow.
always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Gib jetzt schon ein erstes Fazit von dir zum Spiel. Hallo erstmal Paro out? Schönen guten Abend. Mein erstes Fazit zum Spiel. Also ich finde es echt gut gemacht. Also es hat echt Potenzial, von meiner Liste der ganzen Tales-of-Spiele auf Platz 1 zu landen. Es ist echt sehr gut gemacht. Gehe ich weiter? Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob ich weitergehen soll. Nee. Nee. Und da wir jetzt wieder das Raumschiff benutzen können, gucke ich mir erstmal den ganzen Sidequest an. Aber kann ich denn hier hin teleportieren? Stopp. Kann ich hier hin teleportieren? Ja, kann ich. Kann ich. Okay. Wahrscheinlich sind es wieder so Quests wie töte den Riesensugel.
We finally made it.
Erinnerungen an Kalakia.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. You'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Xion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome
Lor,
back,
stör
Law.
doch nicht. Ja, was will der Doc? Oh, hi, Alphen.
Hey.
Hey, cool. Alles gut bei dir? Du siehst irgendwie fertig aus. Ich habe echt Hunger. Wir haben immer noch nicht genug Essen, obwohl die Rena nicht mehr hier sind. Das ist nicht gut. Gibt es denn keine Möglichkeit, Essen von außerhalb Kalakias zu beschaffen? Die gibt es. Dank eurer ganzen Mühen konnten wir Handelsrouten schaffen und werden mit ein wenig Essen versorgt. Aber auch an anderen Orten gibt es nicht genug zu essen. Wir können nur wenig zwischen den Reichen vermitteln. Vor allem, weil es in diesem Reich größtenteils nur Felsen und Sand gibt.
Just great.
Wie traurig. Ich wünschte, wir könnten noch mehr machen. Es besteht immer noch Hoffnung. Ich habe gehört, dass ein Händler aus Cislodia Schloss Ganymed besucht. Willst du mal für uns mit ihm sprechen? Gerne. Mal sehen, wie er reagiert. Fürs Erste könnt ihr gerne dieses Brot haben. Wow, danke. Wo hast du das her? Xion ist immer vorbereitet. Wie auch immer, machen wir uns auf den Weg zu Schloss Ganymed. Was? Ich könnte jetzt erstmal alle Quests annehmen. Oder alle erstmal einzeln abarbeiten. Das könnte ich natürlich auch machen. Sprich mit dem Händler in Schloss Ganymed. Kann ich hier hin teleportieren? Nein.
Hey, Alphen, what do you think?
Was?
That chick over there.
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Was? Drittes OG. Oh Gott. Nein! Das ist der Koch! Nein, das ist der Koch! Nein, was will er diesmal? Nein! Was will er diesmal? Ja. Nun, wenn das mal nicht unser alter Feinschmeckerfreund ist. Diesmal hat sich also nach Kalakia verschlagen, was? Alfen, endlich! Ich habe dich erwartet. Ich habe auf dich gewartet.
Hey!
Oh, mit ihm willst du also sprechen, mit mir aber nicht. Klasse.
Yes!
Weil ich bemerke, dass auf deinem Gaumen nicht so richtig Verlass ist. Wie geht's, Gordeno? Hast du ein neues Rezept gefunden? Eigentlich ganz im Gegenteil, ich finde hier nichts. Hier in Kalakia gibt es keine feinen Delikatessen. Stimmt, jetzt wo du es sagst, mir fällt auch keine ein. Ich möchte etwas mitnehmen, aber wenn es so weitergeht, weiß ich nicht, was ich tun soll.
Sure.
Wenn du nichts findest, warum stellst du dir nicht einfach selbst was zusammen? Was? Es gibt hier in diesen Gefilden immer noch was zu essen. Warum zauberst du nicht einfach was Gutes aus den Sachen, die du findest? Und darum geht's doch beim Kochen, oder? Gerade du müsstest das doch wissen. Oho, du hast echt Mumm zu glauben, mich bei meinem Thema Essen belehren zu wollen, junge Dame. Aber du hast absolut recht. Ich bin nicht nur ein feiner Gourmet, sondern auch ein Koch... ein Koch par excellence. Ich kann kein Französisch. Sieh zu und lerne, wie ich meine jahrelange kulinarische Expertise nutze. Um das beste Gericht zu zaubern, das dieses Land je gesehen hat. Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob es jemand schon mal was anderes zubereitet hat.
Okay.
Oh ja? Naja, dann, wenn du schon selbstbewusst bist, wenn du schon so selbstbewusst bist, nehme ich natürlich gern was mit nach Hause. Lass mich helfen. Das betrifft Kalakia, also ist das eine persönliche Sache für mich. Gerne, wenn das so ist, würdest du mir ein paar Zutaten besorgen. Zum Beispiel etwas Weizen und ein paar Eier. Ach, guck mal, wir haben zum Beispiel was. Wir haben eigentlich schon alles, was wir brauchen. Großartig, dann kann ich mich ja jetzt an die Arbeit machen. Mit diesen Zutaten und all meinem Wissen und meiner Erfahrung wird das Ergebnis ganz exquisit. Erledigt. Was ist das? Sowas wie gebratenes Brot? Probieren wir es mal. Wow, wie lecker. Du hast die Zutaten wirklich gut verarbeitet. Das hat er echt gut gemacht. Aber findest du das Innere nicht auch so noch ein bisschen teigig? Ja, außerdem finde ich gutes, altes, gebratenes Brot nicht sonderlich einfallsreich. Trotzdem, meiner Fähigkeiten liegen anscheinend noch Arbeit vor mir. Gebratenes Brot, das immer noch teigig ist. Wartet, ich hab's! Wie wär's damit? Soll das Ringe sein? Ja, ich hab mich von der Architektur des Schlosses inspirieren lassen. Ich nenne sie Glenimir Donuts. Okay, ich probiere einen. Oh, wie lecker und wie knusprig die sind. Ja, die schmecken super. Ich bin im Himmel. Ich hatte ja keine Ahnung, dass man sowas in Kalakia zubereiten kann. Die mag ich. Die sehen auch irgendwie besonders aus. Damit kann ich was anfangen. Ausgezeichnet. Ich bin froh, dass sich meine ganze harte Arbeit gelohnt hat. Hey, was hältst du davon, sie zu verkaufen? Ich nehme einen ganzen Haufen mit zurück nach Cislodia. Die wären ein Hit. Vielleicht sollte ich. Wisst ihr, mir ist was klar geworden, nachdem ich die Donuts für euch zubereitet habe. Kochen hat die Kraft, Menschen zum Strahlen zu bringen. Und ich möchte dieses Gefühl überall auslösen. Wir haben einen Deal. Es gibt keine feinere Delikatesse als die Freude im Herzen über eine gute Mahlzeit. Darum geht es als Gourmet wirklich. Ich weiß genau, was du meinst. Ich bringe dir das Rezept für die Donuts bei. Und das ist das Mindeste, was ich tun kann, um dir für deine Hilfe zu danken. Danke, Gordeno. Lass mich dir noch eine Sache fragen, bevor du gehst. Wie haben dir meine Donuts wirklich geschmeckt? Wie sie mir wirklich geschmeckt haben? Nun ja. Absolut exquisit! Damit ist meine kulinarische Suche endlich abgeschlossen. Glenimers Donut-Rezept. Beliebte Donuts eines kalakianischen Nobelkochs. Sie sehen nach nichts Besonderem aus, aber ihr himmlischer Geschmack erobert die Welt im Sturm. Okay. Moskau und hier wieder zurück.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Alfen, du bist zurück. Hey. Ja, und ich habe was zu essen mitgebracht. Bedien dich. Hm? Was ist das? So eine Art Süßigkeit?
Yes.
Naja, von mir aus gern.
Oh.
Wow, die schmecken echt super. Yay! Ja, die sind echt lecker. Wo hast du die her? Ein Freund von uns hat sie im Schloss Glanimet mit Zutaten aus der Umgebung zubereitet. What? Wirklich? Man kann hier in Kalakia so leckere Sachen zubereiten? Auch der Händler aus Tislodia mochte sie. Ich denke, dass der Handel zwischen unseren Reichen dank der Donuts wieder zunimmt. Ja, wir können diese leckeren Donuts überall verkaufen. Wie toll. Es ist so cool zu wissen, dass wir hier so solche Sachen zubereiten können.
Yes.
Ich schätze, ich sollte jetzt aufhören, immer so viel rumzujammern. Mal sehen, was sich hier in Kalakia noch so alles zubereiten lässt. So kann ich mich endlich für dein Brot revanchieren, Fräulein. Hey, ich bin gespannt, was du als nächstes zubereitest. Angestelltenuniform. Die Uniform eines Angestellten, der bestellte Ware an Kunden ausliefert. Diese Position erfordert Schnelligkeit und ein gutes Gedächtnis. 18.000! What? Geld brauche ich ohnehin. Das ist gut.
Getting roasted in that ring. What we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock.
Geld kann ich immer gut gebrauchen gerade. Ulzebeck. Mal sehen. Was hat denn er? Oder sie?
You finally made it.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard to deal with.
Das ist doch bestimmt so einer. Tötet diesen Riesensugel. Er macht uns großen Ärger.
Ja.
Hey, wie es aussieht, habt ihr gut zu tun. Jo.
Hey.
Das könnte man so sagen, aber du scheinst ja selbst guter Dinge zu sein, Rena. Ich gebe mein Bestes. Wenn ich eines kann, dann optimistisch bleiben. Gerade wenn alle Leute Angst haben, ist es umso wichtiger, dass Leute wie wir standhaft bleiben und die Hoffnung am Leben erhalten, weißt du? Du sagst es. Und was ist dir über die Leber gelaufen? Mir? Mir geht's gut, schätze ich. Tja, das klingt aber nicht danach. Wenn Zephyr dich so sehen würde, wäre er nicht begeistert. Rena, lass mal gut sein. Habe ich was Falsches gesagt? Oh, richtig. Hä?
Ja.
Wie dem auch sei. Da fällt mir ein, dass Nace euch mal einen Gefallen bitten wollte. Ach ja, worum geht es? Sprecht am besten selbst mit ihm. Richtet ihm aus, dass ich euch geschickt habe. Bis dann.
Just great.
Der ist ja eilig davon gehetzt. Die Sache mit Zephyr, ich meine mit deinem Vater. Das belastet dich immer noch sehr, hä? Ich kenne jede Karmesinkrähe, seit ich klein war. Also weiß ich genau, wie sehr sie ihn bewunderten. Es ist ja nicht so, als würde jemand mit dem Finger auf mich zeigen, aber es ist schwer vorstellbar, dass sie mich nicht irgendwie noch hassen. Willst du hier warten, während wir mit Nate reden?
Thanks.
Nein, ich komme mit. Vom Rumstehen und Warten wird mir ja auch nicht besser gehen. Oh, hallo zusammen. Was kann ich für euch tun? Das wollten wir eigentlich dich fragen. Rena hat uns geschickt, mit dir zu reden. Du wolltest uns um einen Gefallen bitten? Gefallen? Welcher Gefallen? Ah, jetzt weiß ich wieder. Hä? Ihr kennt doch das Iglia-Ödland, oder? Da lebt ein... Siehst du, sag ich doch. Könnt ihr diesen Suge für mich für erledigen? Der macht Ärger. Da lebt ein Suge. Wäre toll, wenn ihr den erledigen könntet. Fürs Erste haben wir geschafft, ihn in den Schacht zu halten und die Straßen zu sperren. Aber wer weiß, wann er sich befreit und wieder Probleme macht. Klingt logisch. Und jetzt sollen wir dafür sorgen, dass es nie dazu kommt. Je mehr... ja, mehr oder weniger. Aber ich will dich nicht darum bitten, Alfen. Law soll sich stattdessen darum kümmern. Ich? Wirklich? Hast du ein Problem damit? Nein, das nicht, aber... Gut, dann mach dich schnell wie möglich an die Arbeit. Wenn du die Barriere einreißen musst, um ihn zu erledigen, dann ist das kein Problem. Also, das war alles von mir. Enttäusch mich nicht, hörst du? Was ist mit diesem Typen los? Erst fängt Rena an, sich so komisch zu benehmen und jetzt auch noch Nate. Es liegt an mir, weil ich für den Tod meines Vaters verantwortlich bin. Law. Nein, schon gut. Das ist das Mindeste, was ich tun kann. Nach allem, was sie meinetwegen durchgemacht haben. Niemand hat gesagt, dass wir dir nicht helfen dürfen. Wir kommen mit. Okay. Später. Also das ist wieder so ein Sugel besiegen. Okay, was haben wir noch? Da haben wir jemanden. Will er auch so einen Sugel besiegt haben?
We've reached our destination.
Erwachsen werden.
Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but you sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Ach ja. Zuneigung in vielen Formen.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Xion, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alpin's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Dicht an dicht mit Ungeziefer.
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
Okay. Mein Lord, ihr habt ein... Ich bin für heute erstmal raus. Mutti macht Stress. Okay. Dann hoffe ich mal, dass alles gut wird. Und auf jeden Fall danke, dass du dann da gewesen bist. Und dann sieht man sich beim nächsten Mal wieder. Bis dann. Bye. Mein Lord, ihr habt eine Botschaft von Notio erhalten. Es steht drin, dass die Hochzeit im Sexleo-Tempel stattfinden soll. Ausgezeichnet, danke für die Nachricht. Endlich steht die große Hochzeit vor der Tür. Ich kann mir kaum einen glücklicheren Anlass vorstellen. Eltern halt, ja. Ich freue mich für sie. Ihre Zukunft.
Leo Temple. Isn't that where Xion was being held?
Shh. Wasn't it beautiful? I can't wait for this.
Ständige Wachsamkeit.
I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time? You feel heat and cold again, don't you?
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet. Plus, my shoulders get stiff wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
Spoken like a true guardsman. Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to take off.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right, Rinwell?
Are you doing this on purpose?
Oh Mann, ey. Sexleo-Tempel. Wie komme ich da hin? Vorderseite des Sexleo-Tempels. Einfach so?
We've reached our destination.
Oh Gott. Warte, was? Bin ich gerade falsch gelaufen? Ich glaube, ich bin gerade falsch gelaufen, oder? Warte mal.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Ja, ich muss nämlich zurück. Hier. Ich dachte, ich müsste jetzt durch den ganzen Tempel. Durch das ganze Schloss. Das wäre es doch noch gewesen. Mhm. Lord Doalim, danke, dass ihr gekommen seid. Doalim, ihr seid hier. Großartig. Kommen wir gleich zur Sache. Alle warten darauf, dass ihr sprecht. Oh, welche große Gesellschaft sich hier versammelt hat. Ein Grund mehr, dass ich mich richtig ins Zeug lege. Danke, dass ihr alle gekommen seid. Ich möchte auf die üblichen Formalitäten verzichten und an diesem glücklichen Tag um euren Segen bitten. Ich bin Sir Notio und seiner zukünftigen Frau Kagari zum ersten Mal begegnet als... Das wird eine Weile dauern. Nun denn, ein Trinkspruch auf ewiges Glück für das liebende Paar, sowie auf Frieden und Wohlstand zwischen Dahna und Rena.
Cheers!
Alle mal Applaus!
Cheers!
Cheers! Gut, Zeit den Brautstrauß zu werfen. Weißt du, Shion, ich habe gehört, wenn man auf einer Hochzeit keinen Strauß fängt, bleibt man für immer allein.
What?
Echt jetzt? Ja! Ah! Jai! Oh!
Nice try, you
Netter Versuch, ihr zwei. Vielleicht beim nächsten Mal.
Never.
Niemals.
Why?
Warum?
Wait. Something's wrong.
I couldn't catch it. I'll always be alone. How could I... Oh, please. I'm so lonely.
Oh no. This is just like what happened before. Alphen!
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
Trollt die jetzt? Trollt die jetzt oder ist das ernst? Ich bin gerade im Überlegen, ob die trollt oder...
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. I've got it!
Alvin?
Shion, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And it wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, don't give up. We'll fight this together. Shion!
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things?
That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alvin. Seriously.
Aha. Caritas-Bouquet. Eine Waffe für Shion. Eine Waffe, die einem Blumenstrauß ähnelt. Trotz ihres romantisch klingenden Namens ist es eine Waffe und sollte auch so behandelt werden. Hochzeitstortenschneider. Was? Ein Zeremonieschwert, mit dem große Torten zerteilt werden. Nur wer tatsächlich lebend aus der Schlacht zurückkehren will, darf es verwenden. Transzendenter Verkuppler. Die Hochzeit zwischen einem Dahnier und einer Renerin lässt Doralims Hoffnung auf eine gemeinsame Zukunft der beiden Welten steigen. Blutblüte. Aha.
Feeling better now, Shion?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Die Waffen, die gucke ich mir jetzt mal eben an. Das ist sogar besser. Das Hochzeitstortenschneider ist sogar besser als die Waffe, die ich jetzt gerade habe. What? Ja, ist klar. Ah ja! Und wie sieht's mit dem Caritas-Bouquet aus? Die ist auch noch besser. Aha! Macht sich bestimmt sehr gut in Cutscenes. Wenn ihr so auf Gegner schießt und da so ein Strauß Blumen da... Okay. Schön. Okay. Tja. Sonst sind hier keine Sidequests mehr, ne? Dann gucken wir mal, was hier ist. Ich werde aber nicht mehr ganz so lange machen. Weil ich muss noch ein ganz kleines bisschen was einkaufen.
We finally made it.
Mal gucken.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Yes.
Erinnert mich daran. Ihr seid beide Rena der jüngsten Generation, oder? Das heißt, zwischen uns liegen hunderte Jahre. Was mich zu sowas wie einem Vorfahren von euch macht. Als solcher biete ich euch die Gelegenheit, mir den gebührenden Respekt zu erweisen. Kann sein, dass ich da etwas zu genau nehme, aber ist dieser Respekt in dem Fall wirklich angebracht? So genau kann ich das nicht sagen, aber es scheint, als bräuchte ja irgendwas Hilfe. Hört mir einfach zu, was ich jetzt zu sagen habe. Also...
Excuse me.
Moment, spricht nicht weiter. Ich wusste, dass das passieren würde. Du versuchst immer, mir bei solchen Sachen zuvorzukommen. Ich bin überrascht, dass du Einspruch erhebst. Ich dachte, du weißt, dass man sich auf der Suche nach Wissen manchmal die Hände schmutzig machen muss. Genau deshalb kann ich nicht einfach dastehen und dich machen lassen. Hier könnte eine wertvolle Gelegenheit durch die Lappen gehen. Dann machen wir es fair, oder? Wir beide teilen ihnen unsere Wünsche mit. Na gut, ich hab nichts dagegen. Ich hätte Kopfschmerzen beim Versuch, den beiden zu folgen. Sie müssen lediglich stark sein, wenn selbst du das zugibst. Also sie müssen ziemlich stark sein, okay. Ich weiß nicht, was ihr zwei von uns wollt, aber erwartet nicht, dass wir mitmachen. Was ist denn mit euch los? Ihr lasst einen älteren Menschen in Not einfach links liegen? Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass der Generationsunterschied so groß wird, dass junge Leute ihre guten Manieren vergessen. Wie schade. Schon gut, wir hören zu. Aber eine Sache nach der anderen. Wir sind viel beschäftigt und müssen uns um einiges kümmern. In Ordnung, dann warte ich. Sprich du als erstes. Ich danke dir. Nun, wie ich gerade sagen wollte. Ich möchte, dass ihr an Renas Oberfläche geht und ein bestimmtes experimentelles meiner Sugel-Testobjekte aufspürt. Also will er auch einen Riesensugel besiegt haben. Halleluja. Es handelt sich um ein fehlgeschlagenes Exemplar. Ich habe es von Doug Fasol ausgestoßen und dachte, es überlebt nicht. Aber das hat es wohl.
What?
Du hast ihn in den Weltraum geworfen? Wie grausam. Und du möchtest, dass wir das jetzt erledigen? Das ist Teil der Aufgabe. Aber noch wichtiger ist, dass ihr mir das Gewebe von dem Sugel bringt. Ich hätte nie gedacht, dass er gesund und munter auf Rena ankommen würde. Er verdient weiter, wissenschaftlich untersucht zu werden. Warum gehst du nicht selbst dahin? Dann könntest du die Kreatur nach Herzenslos erforschen. Richtige Felduntersuchungen sind nicht mein Fachgebiet. Ihr seid für solch anstrengende Arbeit weitaus besser gerüstet, als ich es je sein werde. Ich dachte, ich hätte mich adäquat vorgestellt, aber anscheinend nicht. Klingt für mich eher nach Faulheit. Ich habe eher gemischte Gefühle. Ich werde keine feste Zusage geben, ob wir das Gewebe bringen. Aber mal schauen, was sich ergibt. Schön zu sehen, dass meine Vorhersagen über euch nicht unbegründet waren. In dem Fall macht euch an die Arbeit. Ich komme in meiner Forschung nicht weiter, also je früher ihr mir das Gewebe bringt, desto besser. Ich sollte noch erwähnen, bei dem betreffenden Sugel handelt es sich um einen sechsarmigen Riesen. Er ist extrem gewalttätig, also Vorsicht.
Dohalim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Irgendwie sind die meisten Quests besiege den Riesensugel. Das ist irgendwie ein bisschen langweilig, dass das alles auf das Gleiche hinausläuft. Finde ich. Ah, hier ist der. Hier ist der Sugel anscheinend. Der sechsarmige Riese. könnten mal kurz gucken, ob wir den Sugel im Esselovar-Wald jetzt schaffen.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Berge aus Maulwurfshügel.
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Hmm? Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah. It's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shion.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome? That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Können wir eigentlich mittlerweile irgendwie mit Leuten reden am Camp? Haben wir schon ewig, ist schon ewig nicht mehr passiert worden.
Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Schlemmerfreuden.
I love how much amazing food we get to eat, even when we're out on the road.
Me too. Especially compared to what I used to have when I was still a slave. This is paradise.
It's amazing what good food can do to keep your hopes up. Nagal used to say all the time that the power of food is subtle, yet profound.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? For whatever reason, I find I don't worry nearly as much when I've got a full stomach helping me out.
That's why you shouldn't be such a picky eater.
Huh?
She's right. You always leave food that you don't like on your plate when you're done.
Come on, what's the big deal?
Back in the day, I couldn't think about leaving any food. It was such a waste not to eat at all. You needed every last scrap of energy.
Exactly. Even when my brother and I didn't have much to eat, we all did what we could to make it taste good and enjoy what we had.
That definitely explains a lot about why you cook the way you do, Kisara.
Dohalim, I bet you don't know what any of that's like. You must be used to food being handed to you on a silver platter.
Sometimes it was gold.
You didn't shy away from that at all.
Although, there was one experience that does come to mind.
Oh?
When I first learned that the food I ate originally came from animals and fish, I was rather taken aback.
You just ate whatever was in front of you without even thinking about it?
That's a silver spoon elite for you.
Gewissenhafte Geschmacksprobe.
Your cooking has really improved, Shion.
It's because of you that I understand what makes it so fun. I'm glad everyone seems to enjoy what I make too.
I've noticed a disturbing trend that after it's your turn to cook, our ingredients tend to run really low. What's up with that?
That is a good point, Law. There's a weird difference between the amount of ingredients she prepares and how much food actually gets served. Curious. Very curious indeed.
I don't know. Isn't it pretty normal for veggies to shrink a little when you fry them up?
Or maybe she eats all the bad batches herself so we won't notice.
Come on. I wouldn't do anything like that.
Then how would you explain the difference?
Ahem. I have a theory that I wish to propose.
What is it?
As we all know, Shion here can have quite the appetite. I imagine she often taste tests her own food as she prepares it. By my eye, it would appear that her footprints are leaving deeper impressions as of late. Far be it from me to level such an accusation, but the facts lead me to conclude that...
She's been snacking while she cooks.
And yet, she still looks so slender in her clothing.
Yeah, I'm kind of envious actually.
Wait a sec, are you guys trying to say she's...
I'm what?
Nothing?
Nothing.
Die verletzte Unsterbliche.
Shion, about that fight just now.
Sorry about that. I was careless.
I didn't come to criticize you. Just please take better care of yourself.
You don't need to worry about me. In case you forgot, I can't exactly die anyway. It's like how you used to not care about getting beat up because you couldn't feel pain. And then I was the one to patch you up. It's the same thing.
You're right. That is how I used to be. But this isn't the same.
Then what do you mean? How is what's happening now different from what happened then?
It's different now.
Look, if you mean because you can feel pain again,
It's because I don't want to see you getting hurt. You're right. When I couldn't feel any pain, I put myself in all sorts of dangerous situations. I didn't listen to anybody's warnings, and I made a lot of people worried for no good reason. It was foolish. This isn't about you and me being able to take pain. I don't want to have to see you get hurt, Shion. It's too much for me to take. Is that a crazy thing to say?
No, it isn't. And I definitely don't like seeing you get hurt either, Alphen. We can't expect our enemies to show us any mercy. But I will do my best not to throw myself in harm's way out there either. How does that sound?
I'm sorry if I sounded harsh earlier. I didn't mean to. I just really want you to take better care of yourself.
I will. At least, for as long as I can.
Ja, können wir. Direkt mal mit Shion reden.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Oh, dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Die benehmen sich wie Zwölfjährige, die sich gerade verlieben oder so.
Do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait. Is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although, I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dahna is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if
come
anybody
on,
else
ey.
is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Das ist doch... Immer diese Anspielungen.
Side, huh?
Verflechtung der Herzen. Nice. Knüpfe ein starkes Band mit Shion. Und erinnere dich an die vielen gemeinsamen Mahlzeiten.
I'm looking forward to breakfast.
Explosiver Ansturm. Ach du liebe
Come on,
Güte.
guys. We've got lots to do.
Zum Ausführen im Überlimit 2 der folgenden Tage. Achso, das ist dasselbe, ja. Kann ich irgendwas schmieden? Auf jeden Fall erstmal einen Bauernhof. So. Kann ich was Neues schmieden? Was? Heilige Schneide. Renäisches Gladius. Heilige Schneide. 20.000 und 16.000? What? Das ist alles so teuer. Yikes. So geil leben Regis. Chamäleonhaut. Drachenblut. What? Elfaf. Ach du Scheiße. Chamäleonhaut, Brandschuppe, Adamantinsehne. Reichvereiner. Die sieht schon ein bisschen sexy aus. Also ich habe die Eisenpfeife. Ominöser Augapfel. Verwunschene Klaue und glühender Zahn. Das ist, helle Angelika. Heiliges Karma. Monochrome Spirale. Und Dämmerkristall Drachenschuppe. Himmlischer Blick! Das brauche ich! Das brauche ich für die Quest! Das brauche ich für die Quest! Oh mein Gott. What? Das sind alles so Endgame-Waffen. What? Also die brauche ich auf jeden Fall für eine Quest. Himmlischer Blick. Krass. Krass, Mann. Adamas Regina. Alter. Pff. Lieber Pater. Junge. Göttlicher Zorn. Yo. Ja, genau. Bestraferarmschiene. Ich glaube, das sind so ziemlich die letzten Waffen, die wir schmieden können. Warum muss die PS4 gerade so lange die Waffen nachladen? Dass da so eine hässlichen Texturen vorher sind. Naja. Also da brauche ich auf jeden Fall ominöser Augapfel. Und wo auch immer ich den herkriege. Verwunschene Klaue und glühender Zahn. Gott, ich brauche so viel Geld. Ich glaube, ich muss mir doch mal ein bisschen DLC-Geld ran schaffen. Das kann ich mir ja alles nicht leisten. Oh mein Gott, ey. Vor allem hier brauche ich einfach 40.000. Weil ich das einmal brauche für eine Quest und dann will ich das auch noch haben. Ist nicht wahr, ey. Ah ja. Aber ich würde sagen, mache ich hier beim nächsten Mal weiter. Dann gehen wir beim nächsten Mal hier die Quest an mit den beiden beiden Sugelner. Und dann würde ich sagen, gehen wir auf die Suche nach den letzten Eulen. Ja. Gut. Dann mache ich hier Feierabend. Ich sage danke fürs Zuschauen, fürs dabei gewesen sein. Und dann gucke ich noch kurz. Naja, okay. Okay, alles klar. Dann bis zum nächsten Mal. Bye.